Testing the audio. Testing. Testing. Testing the audio. Why is it so low? You're seeing that, right? No. No. Double check on these. Double check your. Testing the audio levels now. Hello world. See, that's really high now for us. Testing. Testing the audio levels. Throw the video on, like so it's actually on video. Yeah. Yeah.
You didn't. You were sad, and because of how I had them it just fell over.
It looks so comfortable in that area, so I just had to dive in.
Yes.
Yeah. We're good. Audio's fine. Hey, just ask Twitter if you want to know something. Yeah, you can switch it back to the pre-roll.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, it's just... Nope, that's not pre-roll.
Yeah, sorry. No, that's not. Where is...
Amazing. So I just got to double check my audio levels and whatnot on that. It's fine. showing up as him. That's me.
Oh, Bruce's.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. Just keep that in mind. I think it's using IP address. I think it's using the IP address of the machine that's on that port, which means that if he swaps out, it might be him instead of me when he swaps that in. Because the IP address might be just locked to that.
Okay.
Right? So don't worry about renaming. Just be wary and make sure you're using the preview to see that.
Okay.
Who is that? For me? Oh, okay.
Yeah, because you're showing up as nothing.
Yep.
So this is whoever's plugged in.
Awesome. Sorry, I just got my voice note from last night.
Just a quick heads up, people. If you have, if you want to grab some more food, there's more food and drinks in the back. Fresh fruit, fresh vegetables. But we will be getting started in 5 minutes.
Just keep an eye out. Don't forget you're adjusting that separately. The key is just making sure that it's below the rate. Make sure it's anywhere in this general area.
Yeah. Okay.
That's this one here.
Okay.
The headphones you can turn up. The monitor is the room. Main is the live stream. Headphones is you. Okay.
All right. So
Then this you shouldn't have to do anything with. That's me, and I'm very little gain. If I start dropping down, you can bump my gain up and drop that down, but that should be fine. These speakers are that.
Okay. If I get a soft speaker though, it's the feed that I'm turning up.
If you what?
If I get a soft spoken, it's the feed I'm turning up.
This feed is based upon the level here,
Okay.
right? The room, the monitor, is based upon how loud you think it's here.
Is this the mic?
That's the mic direct.
Okay.
Right, so as little as possible with this one, because we're not using the lab mic, so we're not having to babysit it as much as in the past.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Instead of doing a lab mic and swapping it out every time,
Yeah.
to my face.
Yeah.
It wouldn't need a camera.
Yeah.
No, I but
Mic, room speakers.
Yep.
But midway to start.
Okay. Yeah, midway.
And do a fade to the camera from the,
Okay.
just to be fancy.
Sure. Why not?
So, welcome everybody. First and foremost, welcome to everybody coming out and trusting us on this first workshop for the HTML Toronto group. It's been something of a want for a long time for the group. We've done a lot of talks and presentations, but we really haven't done any workshops for our entire existence since early January 2011. So this is our first of what I hope will be a many workshops for beginners, intermediates, and advanced. And it really comes down to a bunch of people that asked, hey, how do I get started? Where do I go? What's the best sites and resources to become a developer, or at least to get into web, because I'd like to learn this. So I figured this is what the group should be doing. This is exactly why we started, to learn and engage. And recently there had been a lot of advanced and intermediate, and quite honestly, in some cases, well even beyond some advanced people that are teachers here, and myself, and some high-end devs. So I figured, let's go back to basics, let's start from the ground up, and offer a really good course or workshop for a gateway coding program. So enter back to the basics. Pitched it to a few people, asked a couple of the sponsors if they wouldn't mind us doing a few lower level ones, and all of them had said resoundingly, absolutely, yes, this is an amazing idea, we will 100% support this. So first and foremost, I want to say thank you to our two main sponsors, Oanda, who actually, one of them is here today taking the course. Hey Jay! So he'll be able to talk to some of the people that he works with and understand that they're BSing around, doing things right. And then the other one is Digiflare, who I don't believe anybody is here from tonight, but a big thanks to them as well. Said absolutely, and they're also a supporter of, and I think Oanda is as well, of
Yes.
Girl Geeks Toronto, who is our partner for the night, who was invited and offered a gracious hand in organizing and helping us with refreshments and beverages and check-ins and whatnot.
And mentoring.
And mentoring. So a big shout out to Carolyn here for coming out and donating her time, because they had an event last week, which is absolutely amazing, with, I can't remember her name at the moment.
Stephanie Wilson-Chapman of Bell Media.
So,
Director of News at Bell Media.
The Director of News at Bell Media, they had come in to talk about Second Screen and developing and designing content for Second Screen. A great group. If you're not part of it, even guys are allowed to come out. It's Girl Geeks Toronto, but it's a multi-gender group, and I highly recommend making it out to some of those events. They are absolutely phenomenal. Every time I go, I'm blown away by how much they put into it. And they do have wine and alcohol at their events, so just to let you know. On that note, there is a couple things I do want to get out of the way. Not really out of the way, but making sure that you guys are aware of. There's a few events coming up that I am going to invite Carolyn up, even though she's got a plate of food
No,
sitting
that's
on
okay, I
her lap.
haven't started yet.
As well as while she's doing that, I'm going to actually have Greg Karen of B Notions come up and talk. There is a couple of events coming up, or at least one big event for the B Notions crew and a bunch of others here in Toronto, called Android TO. Now, has anybody heard of Android TO? Yeah? Fairly big event, right? I think we're giving away a ticket?
yeah.
We are giving away a ticket. I think there's a discount code, but I'll leave the floor to Greg, and he can explain what it is and how to get started and how to get that ticket for me.
Cool. Thank Matt for inviting me. So I'm co-organizing the Android TO this year. It's a this is our 4th year. So last year we had about 700 developers. We have 4 tracks. We have developer, designers, gaming track, and business and mobile. So we have a lot of speakers from Square, from the working group. We got Wattpad, B-Notions, a couple of guys, gaming track. We have a Seed Interactive, and just a real good time. It's a full day. It's on October 17th. which is in a few weeks. So I'm going to give out, you can register at androidto.com. There's a website, nice big buy tickets. So the discount code for this group is HTML5 ATO. If you want to plug that in, you'll get a discount for tickets. And yeah, it's going to be a great event. We invite lots of sponsors, Samsung, Rogers, and all the big ones. So it'll be a great event, and looking forward to everyone coming out.
So we're going to be figuring out how we're going to be giving away a ticket. What we'll likely end up doing is about midway through, we'll do a question and answer, or a question to the audience to find out what the answer is. And whoever answers it first will obviously be the winner of that. So next up, we've got Carolyn, who actually is, are you community manager for FITC?
Social manager.
Social manager for FITC. So Carolyn, take the floor.
Thank you, Matthew. Thank you. Hi, everybody. So yes, I'm Caroline, as Matthew mentioned. I also help run Drill Geeks TO with my co-organizer right at the back, Tutu. Oh, I gotta get on camera. Hi, everybody. And along with that, I also am social manager at FITC. So I handed out raffle tickets for everyone. We will do the draw a little bit later when we do Android TO. So if you didn't get a ticket, if I missed anyone, I'll give it to you later. But I'll quickly tell you about the two events. This Saturday is FITC Spotlight Freelance. So it's a full day of freelance events, tackling different aspects of doing freelance. So whether you're a designer or a developer, it's talking about financing, pitching your projects, getting paid, protecting your work. So, and people from the industry, pros and freelancers, we're all sharing all their information with that. Plus, there's an after-party networking event, because when you're a freelancer, you want to get out of the house, get out of your pajamas, working on the computer, and get out and network. And then next weekend we have FITC Screens, which is a 2-day mobile conference. All things mobile, so mobile UX developing for Google Glass, smartwatches, HTML5, object-oriented CSS, everything that you could. Again, not necessarily developer-based, a lot of it is, but even if you're in the design aspect of it, lots to learn from that. So those are the events. We'll tell you, any questions, let me know, and then we'll do the draw later.
Awesome. Thank you, Caroline. So, with that being said, all of the logistics, I'm sure I'm missing something, and I apologize to whomever it is I am missing this for. If there is, I'm sure I will get a notification, and everybody will get an email with the reminder for that. But let's all get started. First and foremost, a bit of a heads up on what's going on tonight. Bit of a thing, we're going to be doing this until about 5 minutes, 10 minutes from now. After that, we're all going to be set up with hosting and a location to upload this to. So if you don't have a website right now, if you don't have hosting, you will by the end of the night, and you can have a site online that you can say, hey, I made that, and then go to it and practice and do whatever else you want to with that, right? So this way you can show off all that you learned and learn more, and potentially for our next Back to Basics 2, maybe a JavaScript or something along those lines, you'll be able to have a platform to use. After that, what we're going to do is a overview of what HTML is, how to use it, why people are using this, the benefits, the advantages to it, and then diving right into what you should actually know about coding, right? So I'm going to go over a few things, semantics of what actually web is, what it means, the tags that you'll need to understand, and what they mean. We'll dive in, we'll work on some of these tags, we'll code some stuff just on your computers that you all have here. Then what we're going to do is we actually have somebody from Bitmaker Labs, one of the teachers and presenters from Bitmaker Labs here, that will walk us through understanding what CSS is. Who understands what CSS is? Raise your hand. Some of you do, some of you don't, and that's great. This is exactly why you're here. So understanding what CSS is, which is, I'm not going to explain what it is, you'll have to wait and see. Why we use it, and the benefits of using it, right? After that, we'll be deep diving and saying, hey, I like this design, how do I make that? What are the benefits and drawbacks of this? And I want to match that, so what's the possibilities? Once that's done, we'll end up all coding together, and at the end of the night, we'll be able to either upload, if we haven't already, to the server that you will now have to demonstrate, or you can save that and go home with it and continue on development. Everybody cool with that? Yeah, very basic, very intro. If you are a web developer that has experience, some of this might be very repetitive for you, but it's always good to go back and learn the fundamentals and the basics, because there might be something that you might have missed. I know, for instance, even when prepping this, I'm like, how do I do that again? Oh yeah! It was really annoying and I didn't know how to do it before. Now I know how to do it. So everybody's learning all the time. So with that being said, I want to actually introduce our first speaker of the night, who's actually going to help us get set up with the Windows Azure servers. Now, for anybody who doesn't know, the Web Not War team has come on as a sponsor at the beginning of this year, and there haven't been much ways for us to work with them on a regular basis. There's a couple things that throughout the year, but we haven't really done a lot with them. So I reached out to them about a month ago saying, we've got a workshop planned up ahead, and instead of me asking people to go to GoDaddy and go to all these different places to get hosting, which is going to cost a ton of money, and then they're locked into a contract and all that, can we use the Windows Azure platform, which can use Linux and all these high-end stuff, but also a very simple, basic, just plain setup for a website? And it's like, let us see. Let us see what we can do. So they come back to me a couple days later and said, we can absolutely do this. We're all for it. We're all gun code. We can give everybody a month. I'm like, that's it? We get a month. That's it. That's like nothing. Come on, you can do better than that. Can we get 3 months? At least to the end of the year. They said, let us take a look. They come back, 3 months is kind of long. You can't really do that without codes and all this stuff. It's really getting tight with deadlines. Let me see what we can do. So they come back. I get an email 15 minutes later, and they say, well, tell you what, how about this? We'll set them up with the absolute basic one, the lowest of the low. We'll walk everybody through the process of doing this. Probably need a credit card or something. I think it's a credit card needed. You just do the registration, no charging.
Yeah.
But with that, it's 165 megs a day.
Yeah.
A month?
Yeah.
165 megs a month of downloading, of people just trafficking to it, which is a lot coming to a web, and if it's just a basic page. Free for however long that lasts. So literally, like, it could be 3 years from now that your first time you'll ever be charged, or the first time you'll ever get used. But the first month it's free anyway.
Yep.
After that, you'll have access for it up to 165 megs a month, which is, most sites on the web don't even touch that, for however long you can. Is that cool? Everybody good with that? If you don't like that, there's more options for you. Obviously, there's other platforms you can change over, you can do whatever you want. But at least this, we can get set up tonight and up and running. Cool? Awesome. So I'm going to have Web.War come up, introduce himself, and walk you through the process of how to set up a Windows Azure client or a server for yourself. And we can, at least at the end of the night, everybody can walk away with a URL. Cool? Awesome. So big round of applause for Web.War.
Yes, please.
Okay, cool. Hopefully it'll
Double check,
last.
make sure he's there.
My name's Bruce Chow. I'm from the Open Platforms team at Microsoft Canada. Our team focuses our team focuses on reaching out to communities like HTML Toronto, communities that help developers build up their skill sets to build some awesome web apps. I think it's a really good time to be a developer because with the dawn of all the mobile devices that have been creeped into our world, there's a huge demand for developers that can make interactive apps that really breathe life into these devices and make them that much better. We're a big, huge supporter of HTML Toronto and the stuff that Matt Potter has done for the community. As a developer, I'm very excited to be here to learn about some of the magical things that Matt Potter has done with HTML. It's amazing how much HTML has evolved. I also run a Make Web Not War community. So we're just in the process of actually rebooting the site. We built a learning platform for everyone, for developers, where you can kind of access tutorials and videos on stuff, all things open standards. So open source and open data. So you can actually check out the site. It'll be launched next month. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me, Twitter, at Bruce Chow. Chow is a C-H-A-U. And, or email me at a-brchow@microsoft.com. So I'll start off with, so today I'm going to show you how to set up an account with Azure, and then eventually set up a web, I guess, host for your application today. So I'm going to just start off here, just logging in. So there's actually a few things that you need. One is you need a live account. It doesn't have to be like a Microsoft, like if you have a Hotmail account back in the day or an Outlook account already, so you're already all set up. So what you need to do is sign up. You can actually use your own email address, so you can use Gmail or whatever that it is that you use. And so you could just actually put in the login that you choose. You can create that here. So what you want to do is you want to log in at live.com, right? And if you don't have one yet, I would just sign up. So if you want to follow along.
Yep. You got it.
And I'm not going to sign up, but you just follow the steps. So the first thing that you need is a Microsoft account. After that, we will create an account on Azure for you to set up the free trial. And then we'll show you how to create the host. Do you want me to just give them some time?
Does everybody have internet access right now? Yeah?
What's the Wi-Fi?
So the Wi-Fi password is, can I say it online even though it's streamed, recorded? Awesome. Bitmaker 0011. So at Bitmaker Labs, any of the Wi-Fi ones there, at 20 Duncan Street, Toronto, Ontario. Bitmaker 0011. And then what we'll do right now is we'll get. Does everybody have access right now? Yeah. Did you want some time just to create an account right now? And set this up so that when you do this, it'll take some time to do or walk through. Or actually, what we can do, we'll set me up.
Okay.
Yeah. Does that work for you?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. So how about I set me up and you talk the process through.
Okay.
And when we get to the point where I enter my credit card information, we can switch over to the live video feed instead of streaming that.
Yeah, that's
Awesome? Cool.
Okay. So I'm going to grab my wallet. So stand here a second.
And so the credit card is really just for ID purposes, just to make sure you're a real person. And the other thing that you'll need is your mobile phone. So for security purposes, we text you a PIN that you use to activate the account. So it's a two-step process. One, to create the live account, and then the second one will create the live account. So this is actually the slowest process, believe it or not. It actually takes longer to create an account than to build a, or to set up the host. So now we know your birth date too.
Oh, wait. Strike me tax. Sign in, can't access. Can I sign up now? Let me have a sign up.
Yeah, you do a sign up now. Yeah, sure.
How do I do that?
So just put in whatever you want, Matt Potter, whatever. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, they're hard to read. Might need like a university degree for that, eh?
Don't send me emails for promotional material.
No.
Text message.
Yep. So this is the security part. So he'll get a text. There's the magic.
Just because my last name is Potter.
You don't have those powers? Did you put in the correct number?
Yes, I did. Which is probably being broadcast all over the internet right now.
Yeah. Oh, great.
Blurring later is fine.
And you drop all your cards here too.
You can just skip there. I can skip this?
Yeah, just skip it. Yeah.
Skip now.
Yeah. This part you don't need to follow.
Good.
So you're in. So you have your Outlook account now.
I can continue to inbox.
Yeah.
Awesome. So now that I'm back on that,
Yep. I could use mine to access the Azure account. So the next thing is I'm going to just log out of your account. I don't want to see your emails and whatnot. So the next step, does everyone have their live account now? Yeah, okay, cool. So the next step that I do is I go to azure.com. And then from here, you just click on the free trial. And then you just go through, try it now. And so now we're going to create an Azure account for you. So again, this is going to be the slowest process, just creating the accounts. After the setup, it's really fast. So I'm going to use my email account. Not Hotmail. So you guys just use the account that you created for live, or you have an existing Microsoft account, you could use that. Click sign in. And then it'll give you, it'll actually load up the information that you have already put in. And this time you would need to put in your phone number, so it'll send you that text, the PIN, just to verify, and then you just click agree, and then you could sign up after that. You want to do it? Okay. Sorry. Okay.
Bam, it's a bit slow. Sorry, we're also streaming. Sign in.
Yep. Outlook.com. I actually don't remember. Did you have a CA in there?
I did, but that was my CA.
Okay, I'll log in with mine.
Is there a limit per IP address for creating Microsoft Live accounts? That's the daily limit of creating Microsoft accounts. Please wait a day and try sign up again.
Oh, so we're all on the same IP. Right.
So who here has been able to create an account, or who's actually having an error? Raise your hand if you created an account. 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, anybody who else having an error creating an account that has a, you've reached your daily limit for creating an account. Just the one? It's an error code 450.
One at the back.
And one at the back as well. Okay, so in those cases, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to have you set up apparently for a live account for tonight, but we will make sure that you get access to that for ongoing. What we'll do is we'll make sure you have the server space afterwards. Yeah, we'll send instructions to you later to have that signed up. Apologize for that. Didn't even know that existed as a thing. I am sorry. Aside from that, what we'll do is we'll sign in here. You'll still be able to do all of the code and just run locally, and then access everything else. You just won't be able to upload until probably tomorrow for the, or later on tonight when you get home. Cool? Sorry about that, guys. Didn't know that existed at all.
I didn't know either. I've never actually tried to set up like 20 accounts from my home, so I've never experienced that error. My apologies. So after you you go back to Azure, so you can go to azure.com. And then I'm going to click on portal here. So I'm going to click on the portal and then put in my account. So this is one that I created before. I'm actually running out of email addresses to create. Okay, so this is actually the easy part, guys. So once you click into the portal, it's going to show you a dashboard of all the things that you can do. So like Matt said, you get a trial, so it gives you a certain amount of credits. You can actually do a lot more in here, but today we're just going to set up a simple website. And so in here, I click on websites, and what I do is I click on new. So what we're actually doing right now is we're setting up an instance. So an instance or an image, whatever you call it, onto the cloud. And, an instance onto the cloud. And then it'll give you a subdomain, a URL that you can access to FTP your files, which is transferring the files, the HTML files that you create today. So I'm going to click. Oh, it's a file transfer protocol, so it's a way of uploading a HTML file to your website so that it loads up. Yeah. So I click on Quick Create, and I want to just make a Bruce Chow. I want my own website today, so let's spell my name right. And I click Create Website. And so what it's going to do is it's going to just provision a image for you. So it's just, imagine it's kind of like someone setting up a system for you in the back. And so that's done. Like I said, it's quick. So after that, I click on the actual instance. So when I go to the web, I click on the website I just created, and then I have a dashboard here. I click on that. And the information, what I like to do is I actually want to check to make sure I have access to the the site. So if you click on the URL here, which is brucechow@azurewebsites.net, so you'll have your own name that you created, and you click on it, and you'll be able to see this. So the website has been successfully created. So at the end of tonight, I'll come back and then show you how you can actually transfer the file to your new website. And one thing that I just want to bring to your attention is the FTP host name. So I would just copy and paste this somewhere on a text or a notepad so that we can go back to it after. But you can access it again later.
Cool. Awesome.
Yeah.
That was it.
Told you it would be fast.
Wow.
Yeah, the slowest part is creating that account. Yeah. So now you're ready to just build your own website.
Cool.
All right. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, and we'll see you later.
Yep.
Awesome. So we're just going to swap laptops back here.
Yep.
Power.
make sure. I know I'm a loud talker. Everybody in the back can hear me, right? Yeah? Cool. Glad to hear it. So, we getting my feed?
Still getting the old one. Oh wait, there it goes. All right, we got it.
Awesome. Cool. So everybody has their laptops open, right? Cool. What we're going to do is we're actually going to use something called GitHub. Who here has heard of GitHub? Raise your hand. Yeah? Who here thinks GitHub's really scary because there's all this fancy stuff and you gotta like, what's this downloading this and checking in that and checking out this and updating this and what's a repo and all this stuff? Well, we're gonna simplify things for you. So it's gonna switch over to the, yeah, perfect. So if you go to github.com/HTML-Toronto, there is something called a repository there, a very popular one I might add, that says popular repositories, and it's really the only one. So we click on that, and what we're going to do is we're going to see this giant list of files that are there. Cool? What we're going to do is we're going to say, download the zip file, which is at the very, very bottom, right down here, the very bottom corner, called download zip file. Cool? That's going to download a fairly decent size chunk of files that we're going to be working with, at least for a little bit, that you can use to get started. So raise your hand if you have already finished downloading. Raise both hands if you have not. Everybody raise their hands, by the way. I'm going to give you a minute for that. And for those of you that are wondering, what's this license thing we're talking about here? The license is essentially, you can do whatever you want, anything your heart desires, with a page that looks like this. Everybody have it downloaded now?
Still downloading.
No, still downloading? Okay, that's fine. We've got a couple files in there that are a bit bigger, and those are a little saving for later. We'll get to those in a minute. I'm sure Bitmaker's bandwidth cap is loving us right now. Our mentors are, actually, this is a great time to talk about the mentors that we will have walking around. There are several people that will be walking around throughout the evening that will be able to help you and answer, hopefully, any questions that you have. These people are going to be, they're here on their own time, so say thank you to them if you get a chance. I'm going to bring them up afterwards or whenever I can get the chance later, probably between sessions while we're hooking things up, to let them give a brief introduction on who they are. But a big thanks goes out to them for coming out here on their own time to help you guys out for this. And if you have any questions or advice or need a hand with anything, please raise your hand at any point during this, and I'm sure they will be right over to help you with it. Cool? Sorry. Everybody have it downloaded now? No? Raise your hand if you don't. A lot of people. Is it downloading though? Yeah? So it's just a bit slow. So having a very large media file in there probably wasn't the best of ideas. My bad. On that note, while that's downloading at least, we can get started. Because we don't need the files technically to listen to me talk about the files, because we'll see it online. So, who here is familiar with the structure of HTML? Yeah? Few people not. Good. Everybody, like, who's an expert at it? Raise your hand. Exactly. I saw one hand. Show off. Cool. So, let me walk through some of the code, some of the structure, and how to see this. First and foremost, I want to make sure everybody can see this, correct? This is a very visible thing for everybody, even at the back? Yeah? Yes? No? Not at all? Let's see if we can change that by making it say obsidian. Is this better at all? A little more? Nando? Is this better for everybody? Yeah? Cool. No, I want to make sure everybody's able to see this. So, first and foremost, we have this doc type up here. Now, I'm jumping right in. Unfortunately, my highlight's not going to work very well on this screen with this theme. Yeah, that's not going to work for you at all. Let's see if we can go for a night. That's kind of not even readable. Sorry. I thought I had one that was going to be readable at the back, but unfortunately, the highlight doesn't work for that one. Does that one work? Yeah? Okay, and you can't really see the highlight, but I can at least direct you to the line. So, getting started. HTML is essentially a markup language, right? What that means is that it contains information for a browser or accessibility device or a mobile phone to understand, and even in some cases, an actual operating system to understand how to structure content and give definition to content. Okay? It marks up what that content is. It's a markup language. Cool? So the intent of HTML was to create a standard for people to code towards that will be globally accepted. HTML5, thanks to the name of the group, is the next phase of evolution of this language. It is a standard of a bunch of more tags for semantics, JavaScript capabilities and controls, CSS features and attributes with values that can do different things with the code to make it look prettier, as well as some more advanced stuff like connecting two computers together at the same time to talk with one another, or saving memory or saving content to your computer, even though you're not online, you can still grab some sets. Those are the new features of HTML5 under that brand. The code, or the stuff that we'll be doing today, is a lot of the semantic tags, right? How is it that you define your content? You're building a website, and you're building it for a reason. You want people to understand who you are and what you do, right? So semantic text allows you to code in a way, or put that onto a page, that makes it so that search engines, browsers, accessibility devices will be able to read that and understand what certain areas are, right? So I'm going to go through a little bit of the method in which you have a document structure and how a document looks, as well as some of the tags and all of the tags that you'll need to know to properly mark up your site and who you are. So first and foremost, brand new to HTML5 is this new doc type. We used to have this really, really long doc type that would probably almost cover the full length of this window. But instead of having all of that, which was like, oh, use this for reference, and use this for reference, and this is the doc type, and here's the character encoding, and all this fanciful stuff, we now have a giant thing that says, hey, doc type, HTML. That's it, right? So you guys are coming in at a great time. You don't have to write, remember, and have, okay, if it's this browser, do this, if this browser, do this. Okay, no. This one, simple exclamation mark doc type, which is just saying ignore the tag. The exclamation mark is like a comment thing. It's an HTML document. That's it. So just remember, this is the first line you should have in everything you do that's an HTML site. It can pretty much be a template for you. The next one is a containing element. These semantic tags, or this HTML tag, is essentially, new, yes. If I write in HTML close, right? I need to close this out to be a complete document, right? What that means is I'm opening this up by saying, hey, these little square or these little diamond brackets here, that is the type of tag I'm using. And then I have a giant area here that I can put something in the middle of. Everybody used to XML, right? Everybody know what XML is? No? XML is essentially that. You have a containing element that has different features. Yes?
Can I ask you a question? Sorry, does anyone have a flash key? We've got someone who can't connect.
We have somebody that can't connect. Does anybody have a flash USB stick?
The file's local. Can we use this for a second? Thank you.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you for that. So, to get started, XML is essentially this. Every time you create a brand new tag, this here is a tag. Like if I wanted to create a head tag, which we will get into what that is, I would say that is a head tag, right? It is now inside an HTML tag, right? Because the slash at the end of this, or the beginning of that first tag, that means it's closing, right? So you have an opening tag, which is the first one at the top. Let me just move this down. There. So you have an opening tag and a closing tag, and you have something in the middle, which is also a tag. Everybody following along? Yeah? Cool, simple enough. So HTML runs by having the top level tag, remember the doc type is ignored, or not ignored, but not included in this. An HTML tag at the top, and all the way at the bottom, we have a closing HTML tag at the bottom. Now you probably can't see those at the back, you can't see this at the bottom, but trust me, it's there, I promise you. After that, you'll notice that we have something in this tag. Everybody see this? It says lang equals n. Who here knows what this is? Everybody understand what lang equals n means? Raise your hand. Nobody cheating. I'm going to say the person that was leaning on their hand looking out the window. The language is English. That's 100% right. Very simple, very straightforward. Hey, this is HTML, and the language of the whole content is English, which means, being in Canada, if you have a French site, what would you use instead of EN? FR for French. Exactly. Simple enough, right? So you can tell the browser now, hey, this site is in French or this site's in English. Who here's been to a website in Chrome or whatever and said, oh, this site is done in German. Would you like us to translate this for you? Raise your hand. Yeah? This is where you can actually put that in so that your site, if it's in French or English, to another browser will instantly say, hey, I notice it's in this language, but you don't speak this. Would you like me to translate it? This is how you can set that very easily. So instead of the browser auto-detecting, it says, I know this site's in this language. Next thing up, we've got something called a head. Now, this head is one of the foundations of where HTML started. It allows all the content in this to be loaded as a definition to say, hey, to get started with the page, you need to do all these different things, right? So we've got a bunch of instructions here on the head of the document to perform. Download this file, download that file. This is the name of the file, so we have title equals header bar, right? So if I open this page up, you'll notice at the very top of the page, I have do not, let me turn on accessibility. And apparently there's a fire outside because there's alarms going off. System preferences, accessibility, zoom, and use keyboard shortcuts. Amazing. Cool. So at the very top, because I have the word title equals, it'll go in a second. Wait for it, snap. Oh. Okay, apparently you guys are slightly behind me. Oh, I know why, because the video signal doesn't go actually out. Unfortunately, I can't zoom with the video signal. Cool. So at the very top of the page, you're going to see header bar, right? It says header bar. If I change in brackets here, change this to HTML5 Toronto, and save this, refresh, it now says HTML5 Toronto in the actual header bar of the browser. Cool? Round of applause for the browser. Yay, it understands me. Kind of. Cool. So that's how you set the title bar of that. You're essentially setting the document title, like what you would when you're creating a Word document or anything else. You would set the titled document, or the document's title of the file. Next couple here are essentially just some cleanup code. For instance, character encoding. Who here has ever opened up a Word document or a text document and all the accents are wrong? It's this weird diamond shape with a question mark in it or something strange, right? Accents are weird. That's because what's called character encoding is wrong, right? Or it's been lost. What we're doing for the next one, we're setting a character type of a standard UTF-8. I'm not going to go into details of what UTF-8 versus ISO and all that stuff is. You will have the code for this. Copy and paste this, save this for your records, use this every time you do a project. I'd recommend probably doing that every time. Just add that in there, you'll be safe. Next thing, comments. Remember how we said at the very top here we had this doc type HTML and it had that exclamation mark in it? Because it acts similar to a comment. And we have this down here with this if lt IE9. Does anybody know what that would mean? Raise your hand if you know what it means. Greg, you're cheating. No cheating. Yes, in the middle, right in the back. Nope. Yep, you.
If it's less than so if the browser
Exactly. If the browser is less than IE9, which means that if it's IE8, 7, 6, do the stuff that's in the center. And again, remember we said, well, this one's a bit easier. End if, right? Very simple bit of programming for you, but at least it's there. End if. Anything in there. So if we wanted to load a JavaScript file or a CSS file just for a single browser, this is where you would do it. You would just put that there, like you would load. And these things can be these links, right? So we have a link. This link is for CSS files. So again, it's another tag. The difference between this tag, however, is you'll notice that there's no closing tag. Did we see that? There's no closing tag for this. We only have link, and it stays here. And also at the end, we have that weird little slash thing that we always have at the end of a tag, right? That's because there's certain tags that don't need that closing thing because it'll never have anything in the middle of it, ever, right? So because that doesn't need that, we can save a little bit of memory or a little bit of file size by just throwing that at the end of it. Now, technically speaking, you can do that to any tag, but don't. If you see different things, this link, you can absolutely get away with doing it for this link because it'll never have anything in the middle. Things later on we'll show you do always need it, that you'll need that closing tag or that closing slash. So for link, by the way, you'll learn a little bit more a little later on. That's for CSS files, for styling your interfaces. So the other thing you can do in here as well is a style tag. Again, you'll be getting into that with some of the CSS later, but that style, instead of you having an external file to save all your CSS in, you can put the CSS in the header. Now, don't do what Donnie Don't does by putting your CSS in the header if you can change, if you don't have to, right? Unless you can have to do it by different means or you're coding for WordPress, try to avoid doing things in the header like the style, but you can. Cool. The next thing is the body. The body tag is where all the gold happens. That's where you get all the fun stuff, right? This is where all of your content goes. So you'll see here, my awesome page, a bunch of articles, some headers, some gibberish, and my name and the date. What that ends up being is all of this stuff is all within the body, right? This is all your content. That's you. We've already done all the stuff that says, hey, do this, do that, do this, load this file, all these different things. This is all the good stuff, though. This is where the browser says, hey, all this stuff that's going to be searchable, that's where you want this stuff coming from. Cool? Everybody know what the body tag is? We'll be going over some of the tags. Probably going to take a bit of 5-minute break to get up, because it's been apparently half an hour for this, and I did not think it was going to take this long, so I'm going to try to speed through some of the stuff. But this is where all the good stuff happens for the tags. That's how to structure a body. So if we go back to the code now, we'll notice that the body tag contains a bunch of tags, which we'll go through some of them in a moment. And then it closes out, and then you close the HTML. Right? Remember how I told you at the back? You can't really see the bottom, unfortunately. Well, actually, let me just raise this up just a bit for you. Right? See, I promised you, didn't I? I said it closed. The body and the HTML tag both close out. That's it. That's an HTML page. Right? As simple as saying, if I go through and I delete all of the stuff in the body, shift there, yeah, right? That's a full site. Technically, I don't even need this stuff. That is a full website. Pretty cool, right? Now, I'm probably going to get some hate mail for this, but I'm going to show you a way not to structure your content. Everybody ready for this? I'm going to teach you guys how not to do something. Does everybody see a header tag there? How about a body tag? Character encoding? Don't do this. Is he here still? Where is he? Awesome. Always, 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 for the love of all that is holy in Gutenberg, make sure you structure your content properly. Without properly structured content, Google, Bing can't search you, won't know who you are. And if it does, it's because it got lucky. Cool? So with that said, I'm going to say everybody don't close your laptops because then they'll have to all boot up. But first and foremost, does everybody have the files downloaded now? Yeah? Awesome. Okay. So put the laptops on the desk or somewhere, stand up, put your arms as far in the sky as you possibly can, just to stretch one bit, because we've done that for about 30 minutes now. We want to make sure that you're nice and ample for the next section. Go grab a piece of fruit as well. Fruit and veg help the brain grow.
Oh, and the washrooms if you want to.
And if anybody has to use the washrooms, they're just around the corner.
Want to turn this or?
Actually, don't go to my computer. I'm going to check it out. Where'd it go?
Okay, hope everybody's back. Gonna get started again. Everybody's got their nutties and munchies and all the fun stuff here. Did everybody bring a piece of paper like it said on the meetup page, right? Raise your hand if you brought a piece of paper. Awesome, you guys are amazing. For everybody else, I'd recommend opening up a text editing document because there's probably a few things you'll want to write down for the next little bit. Cool. So what we're going to do is we're going to run down some of the code and some of the tags that we remember. Now remember, tags are essentially ways of defining content. Does everybody understand what that is? It's a hard thing to describe really without. When you have an HTML tag, for instance, in this case, we're actually starting with a great topic here. H1 through H6. Does everybody know what those are? H1 through H6. They're headers. Cool. Now, if you've ever seen this on a browser, this is what you'll generally see. In fact, the code from this page is this, right? So you'll see header level 1 is this massive thing with a bunch of room at the top and bottom. Header level 2 is subsequently smaller, and again, it just goes gradually down to smaller, smaller, smaller. Now, who here thinks you use header level 1 to make big text? Raise your hand. Right? Everybody who didn't raise their hand is right. Everybody who did raise their hand is wrong. That is not what the header level tags do. This is what the browser says, hey, you didn't add any styling to this via CSS, so this is how I'm going to show it, because this is how I think it should be seen. Header levels, the H1 through H2, are importance of the information. The header tag is, hey, the content of this piece of information is the most important thing in the document, which means anything in the H1 tag is the most important thing in the document. And if you're making an about page for yourself, what do you think that is? What do you think the most important thing on that page is? Raise your hand. Yes?
I bet it's your name.
It is your name, absolutely. The most important thing on your about page is your name, or email address if you want people to contact you by email. But second most important thing, third most important thing, all of these things are defined by their header levels. Now, there's a bit of, I wouldn't say debate, but mess up between coding developers that I'm going to give you guys a little secret on, so long as you don't tell anybody. People have, in my opinion, made a huge mistake in how they created header level tags. The semantics, and if you look back at the documentation for a lot of this stuff, say, on a single page, all things of H1 on the whole page are the most important thing. If you look in some of the coding practices that people have done over the last tons of years, they've been doing it so that it's the header levels in certain areas. So if you have a certain area of your website that has a header level 2, that's the most important thing for that section, right? If you have it in a different section, that might be completely different perception, and it might not be as important as it is in the first one, but it's still a header level 2. But it's giving it the same value because of the document wide. So, in regards to the importance of information, take it with a grain of salt. You should use what you prefer. It can either be document wide, which I prefer. If you have a giant document of all this information, H1, most important thing on the page, doesn't matter what else there is on this page. H2, second most important thing. H3, third most. Wherever that information needs. As an example, if I run a blog, or if I have a blog on there, the name of the blog is the top one, which is H1. Second most important is likely the title of each one of those blog posts, right? Third most important, maybe the author, the date, something along those lines to categorize things out. But in other people's, in WordPress and Drupal and all these different things, some of them have done it so that on the sidebar, the header levels of those sections of the sidebar are something like H2 or H3, which means in some cases, that's being even higher value than the author of the articles that are on there, even though it's like, oh, it's the header of where the sponsors are. Sponsors are great, but I'm valuing the people that are writing the articles more than the sponsors, right? That's my importance, is the content. Sponsors are awesome, and they'll absolutely get a 5 or a 6, because that has to be in there to say there is an important level in that. But that's not the top few levels there, right? So that's how you have to concentrate on how you're semantically saying, here's the content, here's the tags that represent that content, and the importance of them on my site. Does that make sense, everybody? Yeah? Cool, I'm glad. If I look at anybody's site and I see H level 6 here for the title, I'm gonna scream. Awesome. So next level, next thing here, is a very, very quick one. It's one of those ones as well that has no closing tag here. There's never going to be any content inside a horizontal rule. Now we're going to take a look at this one by one. I'm going to skip some of them and hopefully go through a bunch of them. Header level here, the text, or this one here, is this, right? It's a horizontal rule. It's just a line that goes across the screen. Fairly straightforward. But you believe me, it comes in handy when you're trying to divide up content. There's not really semantics to it. In fact, browsers know to ignore the tag, which is why you use it. If you want to divide up content visually, this is how you do it. Next thing we have up design here is a div. Does everybody know what a div is? Wait, it says right there. Div. It's a division of content. And in this case, as you'll see, it contains what's known as a span, or span of content. Fairly straightforward, right? Really simple. Div is division, span is span. Cool? A div, by default of the browser, and again, we'll be able to change this in CSS afterwards, by default takes up the width, the full width of whatever it's contained within. So as you'll see here, it takes up the whole, if I double click on this, it takes up the whole thing all the way across. That's what a div will do for you. Okay? I'll show you an example of what doesn't do that in a moment. The span, however, and you'll see a bit more of this tool over here a little later. This tool, if I right click and I say inspect element, you'll notice that if I highlight the div, right? I'm highlighting a div on the right-hand side. That's my piece of code. Let me zoom into this and hide this. Oh, that's not what I wanted to hide. Right, bring that down. If I go down and I highlight the div, right, it's highlighting the whole width. If I highlight the span, it highlights the span. Okay? Div, that's the span, that's the div. That's the difference between the two. All you're doing is you're saying this little section. You can change that later. You can always say later on, hey, the div, I want to just contain a little bit. And the span, I want to contain the whole thing. We'll design that later. Next thing up, we have a p tag. Anybody know what a p tag stands for? Paragraph. You've probably seen that from Word. Very simple. Paragraphs can have a space before and a space after. But they act the same as a div. But what's the difference between a div and a paragraph semantically? Does anybody want to take a guess at that? If nobody knows, that's fine. A div is just a division of the content. It generally contains a bunch of different things inside of it. Whereas a paragraph contains a paragraph of text. Make sense? So now you're actually saying, hey, this content, this is a paragraph of text. Yes?
You just a span tag.
Yes.
Would it also act like a paragraph if you use it?
The span tag doesn't act, and semantically is not a paragraph. A span tag is an area of text that has no context to it. The div and span provide no context to the content at all. They are just containing elements that allow you to adjust the content dynamically or in CSS and design-wise later. So semantically, no. In fact, that is not the case. Div and span do not define a paragraph. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was actually referring to line break behavior.
So line break, in regards to line break behavior, span can if you tell it to in CSS. But by default, it does not at all. Sorry, thank you. There's a good question, too. So, next up, who here's been to a website that you filled out a form? I'll give you a hint. We probably did it already today. Right, we filled out a form. Forms are put in by forms. Now, I'm not going to go too deep into forms and how they work because that's PHP and that's coding and that's server-side and that's saving stuff. Forms are generally just, you have a bunch of form elements, like in this case, inputs, selectors, and buttons. So we have input, like a text input here. Number inputs, so you can only put in numbers. In fact, you can use your arrow keys, up and down, left and right to do that. Anybody ever been on a phone and you push something and it's like, oh, it brought up a number pad instead of a text field? It's because the person who coded it is awesome. They use type equals number, right? You be awesome too. If you ever need to build something that requires a number, like a phone number or an address, make sure you use number. If you need a date, use the term type equals date. This is built into the browser. This date picker built into browser. Awesome, right? It's really cool to see that. Unfortunately, not all browsers support some of these functions. I wanted to make sure that I showed you guys everything. So if I open the same page up in Safari, the all ever loved Safari, you'll notice that yes, numbers work. Date, however, doesn't. I can put in text in here, right? That's not good. That's not good at all. In fact, iOS 7 that just was released removed a lot of the date functionality from the browser themselves. So keep that in mind. Although most of the browsers, a lot of the modern browsers now allow you to have these brand new tags and saying, hey, this is this type, know that older browsers might default just back to text, which is fine. It just, you'll need to provide some form of validation later. So I'm not going to go too deep into what types there are. If you want to see what other types there are for text type, input types, there's a link at the bottom of this page as well you can go to and take a look. Select types, everybody's seen a pop-up box, right? That's where you select a bunch of, that's from a list. You have nice little buttons, which just does nothing on this page here. And then what's really cool, you have progress bars. You have one that you can say 0 to 100% on, as well as the annoying one that's like, I'm moving a file. It's about a minute from done. 3 minutes later, right? That's built into the browser. There's no custom CSS, there's no designing with this. That's standard.
What's that called?
That's called a meter. Sorry, progress. That's a progress. Meter is a different one that we'll get in. That I'm not going over for this one because I wanted to show you some of the basics that you'll likely need. So we have all the header tags, some of the form ones, and then progress. The other thing I wanted to show you, which I didn't find out until tonight, that a lot of people have not known about and not known properly, is something that's been in HTML for ages, which is called the label tag. Anybody heard of a label tag? Yeah? A few people. You'll notice down here, I'm going to put this up here, there is an input label, right? It's down here. Now, if I've got this, there's an attribute saying for a text input that's all the way up here. If I click on this, it puts my cursor in the text input because I told it it's associated to that, right? Now, does anybody know why you want to do that? Yes? Controlling behavior for the user. More specifically, because that is exactly it, and that's encompassing so much, which is amazing. More specifically, if you have something and you're looking at a browser and somebody clicks on username instead of the input field, it selects the input field for them, right? It's making it so that they have a giant area to click on in case they have giant fat thumbs and they're working on a mobile device or a tablet and they just, it selects the appropriate field for them, right? It's for the older generation that can't see very well or accessibility purposes. There's a lot of reasons you want to do this for all kinds of reasons. So if you ever have an input of any type, strongly recommend having a input label. Now, to code that, it's very simple. So we have a input ID equals input sample, right? So the ID, identifier of that, is called input sample. Then I have a label down below that says for input sample. That's it. That label can be anywhere else. Doesn't matter where. Except it has to be on the same page, right? And then as soon as that person clicks on it, it'll select the input tag. Very simple, very straightforward, but it's just a simple tag. Other ones, which I'll just briefly go over, section acts very much like div. Very much like div. By default, it's block line, which means it takes the full width. The difference is that section defines that section as a collection of different things. Simple, straightforward. The difference is div is a division of content on the page. The contents of it they might not relate, they might relate, don't know. It's just a division of the content. It's a way for you to structure your code semantically. A section is a section of your content that's associated to each other. Inside that, for this one, I have lists, UL and OL. Anybody want to take a stab at what UL means? Unordered list. How about OL? Ordered list. Fairly straightforward. UL, unordered list. OL, ordered list. LI is? List items. Exactly, right? And yes, you can do sublists by just putting a UL or an OL inside of a list element. How does that look? Simple. Unordered lists have bullets. Ordered lists have numbers. And you can change these later in CSS again, right? Sublists generally have a different bullet, but again, completely customizable by you later. Cool. Links, same thing. Everybody's run into a link before, right? Giant navigation link pasted in another place. Well, if you're running a navigation, did you know there's a nav tag? Yeah? It's called navigation for a reason, because, again, thanks to HTML5, which is actually, this is one of the new tags, it says the contents of this section, or the contents in this tag, are navigation. Which means if you have a list in there of links, Google, Bing, search engines, semantically, know that the contents are navigation either around your site or external sites based upon the link types, or the links that you use. So now when you're doing, say, a website and you need that sitemap, well, your header navigation or your footer navigation, because you're using nav, that actually acts very much like the structure and sitemap that you used to have to build ages ago. It gives the context, it says, hey, here's navigation. You want to read my navigation? Right here. Semantically, everything knows where to go. Cool? Interesting? Clap your hands for navigation. Awesome. Now, table is fairly old. I'm going to go over this really quickly because I'm kind of running out of time on my section here. Table, very quickly, it's a table of information, right? Every single table, probably Excel, Word, all of PowerPoint, all these different things use tables. It's a way for you to create a tabular set of data. The difference is, I'm going to tell you right now, if you ever have a table header, use table t-head. This helps you so much. Body of your table, use body. If you don't have a header for your table, because it's just a table of, or a list of data, don't put it. Just use table body. And again, it comes down to context, right? So we have table. In this case, I'm adding a border and a width, just to make it easy for you guys to see. T-head is table header. TR, table row. TH, table header, which is weird, but I know. It's table head cell, essentially. T-body is table body. Table row again. And TD. Does anybody know what TD stands for? Yes, you got it, exactly. Everybody's always like, why isn't it TC? Because that is technically a column. But it isn't a column, is it? Because a column would be the whole thing, right? If table data is that piece inside of it, right? That's why it's TD. T-foot is what? Everybody want to take a stab? Sorry? Nobody wants to take a guess at what T-foot stands for? Table footer, exactly. Not very much used, but can come in handy if you want to have something at the bottom, if you have a giant long table, to just say, hey, this isn't table data, so if for instance, semantic device like a reader or accessibility reader wants to read the content, it knows, hey, this is not part of the table data. Do not read this unless they request for the table footer to be read, right? Which does come into play. So a couple more that they're not really as important, but you should run and know about. Article. An article is one of my favorite ones. It's a group of content that is related to each other and can be taken out of the site as a standalone element, and it still makes sense, right? So if you're running a blog, the content of a blog post is an article that you can take out, put somewhere else and it still makes sense. Makes sense? That doesn't apply for sections. Section is just a general area of content that's related to each other. Article can be extracted and anywhere it needs to be. Details isn't very well used, however, I love it. I love it. If I have, this is my details thing here. See, if I just click, see how that shows and hides and has a little arrow? That's default in the browser. There's no extra special coding with that, and it provides me functionality. And the reason I love it is because if you're creating a mobile device, or creating a site for a mobile device, you can do things like, oh look, here's a mobile schedule for Maker Faire Toronto that happened this past weekend. Not an inside plug at all, right? So if I'm in here and I say, I'm scrolling down, it's day 2, and I want to see when the robot cavalcade was, I can see, here's the time, here's the name, here's what it was, click, oh, here's the details for it too, without having to run any JavaScript or extra stuff on top of it, which means it's really fast to load, and it's supported by all major phone browsers. Cool? If the browser doesn't recognize details, it still shows the content, right? Because we're using things semantically, it knows, hey, the summary of the contents, here's the summary of it. That's what it shows at the beginning. The contents after that, anywhere after that, can be paragraphs, can be divs, can be links, can be snippets, whatever it is. Awesome. Next thing up, everybody's seen these before. Images. Anybody recognize this one? Self-plug again, I guess. Image tags are another one of those ones that don't require, to the end there, that do not require that closing tag. They have the slash at the end, right? Video tag, now I don't think I have audio with this, however, I do have a special treat for everybody here. We now have a new promotion video that I will play because I spent so much time on it. There is music with this, and please go see, actually. Yay! New video. I feel kind of proud for that one too, because it's like really late at night I finished that. And so we have the video tag, which is native video inside your browser, and audio tags. Again, all within the browser, natively, no Flash, no extra plugins, no nothing. So you can put your multimedia in directly to that. Again, that is simply a video tag and audio tag, which, let me just do this. Video tag and audio tag, just as they state here. The source, just like an image. And then I'm setting a couple of things here, which you'll notice in the code that you all have downloaded now. Width, height, and in this case we have a poster, which a poster is actually the background of the video before it's anything. So you'll notice on this video, if I refresh this page, scroll down, that appears nowhere in the video, right? But that's still what's showing on the page when it's not playing. Yes?
What audio formats are allowed?
Depending upon the browser, there are a multitude of different ones that are available. Generally, MP3s are the most common. However, there are different ones on a per browser basis. There is M4A, which is yes? M4A, which is an, can't remember the acronym for that, but it's an audio file for that. There is more video tag problems than audio tag availabilities, not problems, features, such as OGV for video, MP4, M4V, MOV, AVI. It really comes down to almost on a browser by browser basis, but there's two standards that you can pretty much rely upon are MP4 and OGG, right? That's the two ones for video. If you have those two in there, you're pretty much covering all the browsers. All the important ones, at least. Cool. If you do need any more information on what tags are available and the semantics and what each one of them means, there's a full list of HTML tag link at the bottom of the file that you have, which shows you the giant list of all those HTML tags. which, please, everyone, say thank you for not reading through every one of these. I could have. What I wanted to do was give you guys a list, and I know it was fairly long, but this list is essentially all the ones that are important to you. These ones here, even these ones, if you use these ones only, I'm thrilled, gesundheit. These are going to be exactly what you need to build your content on your site today and moving forward. Cool? Awesome. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let you go through some of those files right now, take a look at some of the tags, read up on some of them. We're going to spend about, say, 10, 15 minutes to get used to diving into some of the code, play around, change some stuff. Simply say, hey, this is a header level 1. What should be in my header level 1? Most important thing, which is? Your name, right? So again, refresh, your name. Cool. So on that note, I'm going to say, dive into some of the code, experiment with it. We'll recap back here at 35 minutes after 8 with some first introductions to CSS.
So, how it goes?
You got his up? Yeah, that's it.
Amazing. And 3 minutes left. Sorry? I'll click any.
people ask me about the details and summary page. It's my favorite one. However, there is a bit of a concern with it. The functionality of it is not supported by all browsers. The browsers will still show the content of the details and summary, but the little arrow might not work in most browsers. In mobile browsers it does, and Safari, I believe Safari, it might not be Safari, but Chrome it does as well. It should be released in the next version of all browsers, but it is absolutely bleeding edge HTML5. But semantically speaking, it's the proper way to do things. And we all know most browsers don't support the proper way of doing things at the time. I think because we ran a little long, what we're going to do is we're going to do the draws right now. So everybody have their tickets, right? Who doesn't have their tickets? Raise your hand. Carolyn's going to run around right now.
I certainly am.
And she's going to hand out these tickets to everybody who doesn't have one. I'm going to give a big hint here. Anybody who has a ticket, don't raise your hand right now. She has a really good memory. I can't really say that. Is Greg still here? Greg, Karen, are you still here? I believe he is. He may just be in the other room. If he isn't, we will do the draw for Android TO after. Anybody else quickly for the ticket for the FITC events? We want to get started? We're going to have Carolyn run to the front of the room. Running to the front of the room. She's going to sprint as fast as she can, and she's not going to drop anything. Again, not going to drop anything on the way here, trip and fall. Amazing. She's arrived here safely. Would I like to hold this for you? I will hold this for you. Absolutely. Yes, we are starting again right away after. Are we ready? Everybody here? Everybody got their ticket out? Everybody got their ticket out? Yeah? Okay.
Alright, so we actually have 2 for Spotlight, 2 for Screen.
We have 2 for Spotlight and 2 for Screen. First one for Spotlight is...
I'm going to read the last 3 numbers, 319. Last 3 numbers.
Ticket number, last 3 numbers. Oh, we do have a winner that jumped up really quickly there. Awesome. So Carolyn's going to get it. Hold on to the ticket. We'll be right over to you. Awesome, there's one. Next one we'll do for the...
Well, finish the 2 spotlights.
Really? We're going to do the 2 spotlights together? Okay. Next one is? Yeah.
That way. So again for Spotlight Freelance, which is this Saturday, 650.
Ticket number 650, right in the second row here. Awesome. Keep hold of it. See Carolyn afterwards. Spotlight. Next one. This one's for?
So this is for Screens, October 3rd and 4th down at the Metro Toronto Convention Center. Last 3 numbers are 652.
That's 652. There is one at the back. Yes, green shirt. And last one for Screens.
Thank you. 302.
Number 302, right here. Amazing. Hang on, and Carolyn will get to you right in the middle of this or afterwards. Thank you so much for playing along. And remember, I don't know. So, next up, we actually have a great presenter from Bitmaker Labs. Mina is here, and he will be talking through a bit of CSS, a quick introduction to what CSS is, why we use it, and how amazing you can make your pages with it. Cool. Without further ado, and to get things rolling, Mina.
What up, y'all? Okay, yeah, so that was a really good introduction. My name is Mina. I work here at Bitmaker. I'm an instructor, and I talk about a lot of things generally, and so I got the opportunity to talk to you guys about CSS before I even talk to our current students about CSS, so that's your one-up on them by the end of this. Cool, so what we're going to cover right now is, we just heard is like, I'm just going to go over like basics about what CSS is and why we actually need it or use it on the web, and then go through a couple of basic things, and then Andre is going to take over and do like some real stuff with you guys. Okay, so who knows what CSS even stands for? Cascading style sheets, that's correct. So this came about because back in the old bad days of the internet, people would design their web pages and put all the styling for their web page at like right inside where with all the HTML and everything. And as we just saw, like you guys just went through, there's like when you're doing your markup in your HTML, you're marking it up so that it's semantic, so it's adding meaning to the actual content, so that the tags around your content are actually implying more meaning to the content itself, so that we browsers and screen readers and other things can read that content, and let's say Google bots and other like web crawlers will be able to figure out what the important content is or what the purpose of each content element is. So the idea behind CSS is to separate all the styles, the presentation of that information from its semantic meaning, so that we can keep those two layers separate, because the styles don't apply to everyone. If I use a screen reader, if I'm visually impaired and I use a screen reader, then the styles don't really apply to me, but the content does. And as you mix the two together, you start to run into problems in terms of, readability and scalability. If you end up with more than one web page, you probably want to apply some of the same styles to the next page as you did to the first one. And splitting that out would be, you'd have to duplicate yourself, and that's kind of like a computer science 101. You don't want to be doing that. So along came CSS, and it helped people not only be able to like keep their code organized and keep the presentation layer separate, but also do pretty amazing things. So I'm going to show you a website that was made by a Canadian. His name is Dave Shea. He's from Vancouver, and he made this website, which is called, whoa, I'm right at the bottom of it, the CSS Zen Garden. Has anybody seen this website before? Right on, a couple of you. Awesome. So this site is pretty incredible. He made this site when it first, when CSS first started coming into normal usage, and he just wanted to just like show what the power of this is. So this website, as you can see, it has a particular design, right? And actually the content of it, you should check this site out, by the way, csszengarden.com. The content is just actually explaining CSS and his motivation for making this site. And what he does is he provides the HTML for this website, which looks exactly like this. So this is actually the code, which I just downloaded straight up from that site. So you'll see here he's got like a body tag and some sections and divs and stuff like that. All that great markup that we just went over. And he provides this file for you to write your own CSS and then contribute back to it. And what ends up happening is, the idea is that you write your own CSS for this website and then set it up, and then he'll post it. So these are just some of the websites that other people have made. It's the exact same markup. The HTML does not change here. This is just different CSS style sheets being applied to the exact same HTML. So that's the same website. I guess that's this one. Let's see. This is the exact same website. Let's see if I can find one more. Here, let's go to the next. Nope, that didn't work. Let's pick Withering Beauty. That sounds pretty good. Yeah, so you can see that using the same markup but different CSS, you can achieve like a wildly different site layout and with the content remaining the same. So that's the basic gist. This is like what we were trying to get to. Imagine you made your website and you had it up for 6 months, and then you were like, I'm so tired and bored of this website. It looks so boring to me now that my skills have like jumped by 10 times. So I want to redo it. If your markup is beautifully semantic and the content is ready for you to just use, you can just rewrite your CSS styles and end up with some totally different, your site looking totally different and hopefully more beautiful and usable. Cool. So how does this happen? So there's two ways that you can add styles to your website. Is this big enough for you guys to see all the way at the back there, or should I jack it up a little more? Jack it up.
Say one.
Good? Is that better? All right, hopefully this still makes sense. So there's two ways to add CSS. We'll just like get into the total basics of this. There's two ways to add CSS to your web page. One is using a style tag, which you usually put in the head tag. So here we got the head section of the website. And there's a whole bunch of stuff in here. We don't need to really worry about too much of it. So in the bad old days, you would have a style tag in here, and inside that style tag, you would put your CSS rules, which we're about to get to in a second. The good way, the more modern way, and the recommended route is to put your CSS rules in a separate file and then have the web page load them in. And the way you do that is using a link tag like this. So it says link rel style sheet, and then you actually ignore what he's got here. You would just put the file name of your CSS file. And when the browser sees that, it's going to go get that file, load it, and then apply all the styles in that file to your HTML page. So that's what that guy is doing right there. In his case, he's got this like crazy link here to his CSS file, but ours will just be simple. It'll just be, styles.css. That's probably all it'll be. And as long as that file is in the same folder as your HTML file, the browser will find it and everything will work fine. So how does CSS work? It works by, what you do is you define a bunch of rules, and the rules get applied to your HTML document. Now, the rules, how do we decide which elements that the styles are going to be applied to? We use what are called selectors. So in our HTML, the HTML that you guys were just doing or going through, so I'm going to use this one as an example. You've got like the body tag, you've got some divs, you've got a section, you've got a header here, right? So there's three types of main selectors that are of importance in CSS. One is a tag selector. What that is you're going to just use the name of the tags, and when you do that, it will apply the rules that you set to all of the tags of that type. So if you said every div has a background color of blue, then literally every div on the page would gain that color, background color. The second type, I'm going to go over this a little more thoroughly in a minute. I'm just kind of high level, and then we'll dive in. The second type is a class selector. So you can see on this section tag up here, there's a class attribute called intro. So each HTML tag can take a whole bunch of attributes. Some of them are specific to that tag type, but a lot of them can be used on any tag. Class and ID can be used on any tag in HTML. You can apply those two attributes to any tag in your HTML document. The ID attribute, that one is used to uniquely identify a particular tag in your document. So the rule around that is if you do apply an ID tag, attribute, you only want it to appear once in your document. It should uniquely identify your that type of tag in your document. The class tag can also be applied to any HTML element, and that one is the opposite of the ID tag or attribute, in the sense that you can repeat those things. It's going to be a class. We're going to group all the tags that have that same class name on them into a class. That's why it's called class. So, and you can apply more than one class to one element by just putting a space separating the values. So it says class intro there, but if I also needed to be like an alert, let's say, then I would put intro space alert. But I'm going to do that in a second. So we group all the rules in in our style sheets in one of those three ways, either by tag, by class, or by ID. Cool. So I'll show you what that ends up looking like right now. Actually, I will show you, we're going to do this for 1 second. So I'm going to show you how you can look at the styles on any web page before we move on. So if you're using Chrome, any one of the major browsers will have a tool like this. Chrome's tends to be the best. If you're on Windows or Mac, you'll have that. Safari also has a really good one. Firefox also has this. But it's called like the developer tools. Now you guys are developers because you're writing HTML and CSS. So it's good to get familiar with this. They can be a little overwhelming when you first look at them, but don't worry, all we need to know is like the simplest portion of it. So I'm just going to open it up and show you how it looks. So to open this up in Chrome, anyways, on Mac, but you'll be able to see it in on other browsers. Here, I think it's where is it? View developer tools. So this will be different on Windows, I'm quite sure, and but you can probably find it in there somewhere. So what ends up happening is you get this funky window that opens up. Usually it'll open up by default attached to the web browser like this. So let's do that so it looks a little more normal. And why is this useful? So you'll see we see our beautiful website here on the left. And you can see here on the right in the top section, I know you guys at the back can't read it, but just trust me on this. Let's see if I can jack it up actually. Yeah, there we go. A little bit better, but now it's kind of. So here on the right side, you can see I got all the HTML for my document. It's the exact same code that I was showing you before. It's the code that rendered this page. So that's the HTML section. And down here on the bottom, this bottom box, we've got all the styles that are being applied. Yeah. All right. I'm going to pop this out and make it really big.
Command plus. You can use Command plus on generics.
Yeah. Okay. So yes. So you can see this is where the HTML section is. So these are all the HTML rules. I know it looks short, but it's just because it collapses everything. And over on the right side here where it says match CSS rules, those are the rules that we're going to be looking into a little further. So for any element on this web page, I can just click on the corresponding tag, and then I can see what styles are being applied to it in this right-hand side. This becomes really useful once you're like developing more. You'll be able to apply styles and then take a look at them. But also you'll be able to like on the fly change them just to see what their effect is. So for instance, if I'm looking at this site and I wanted to, so when I hover over it, you can see, you can see that there's like this page, this thing is highlighting where it says CSS Ocean Garden, because I've hovered over the element that contains that thing. And I can do crazy stuff like just turn off some of the rules to see what's going to break. So let me turn off this one that says, this crazy rule that says float left. Oh, and it didn't really look like anything really changed there to me. Let's try turning off this one. There you go, you can see that it kind of like reflowed the document a little bit. Maybe not the best example I've ever done, but we'll see more of that in a minute. So this tool, regardless of what browser you're in, if you get to this, it's really, really helpful when you're doing design work on your web page. Because once you have the markup there, you can see what rules are being applied and change them on the fly just to see what they actually do, how they apply. And you can do this on any website. So if you find sites that you really like and you want to see how it's done, you can open up this window and like play with the rules to see what each style rule does. So we'll come back to this in a minute. It's pretty useful. Cool. So we've got this really basic page. I'm going to open this in my browser now, actually. There we go.
Almost there. There we go.
Okay, so this is the page that we're going to be working with. Sorry for the delay there. Which has very, very simple, basic HTML code. So let me close this thing so you can see it a bit better. So there we go. You can see here that at the very top, we already have this link tag that's going to call in the interface.css file, which is this one here, which is totally empty. So if we look at the markup here, we're going to try and style up our page a bit just to see what we can do. So I'm going to show you a couple of, I'm going to show you all three types of selectors right now, so you'll get like a sense of how that works. And then we'll go on to applying some basic styles to this page. So the first selector type is the tag selector. So that's the broadest one, probably the one you would use the least, I guess, in general, because it literally will change every tag of that type in your document. So we'll style up, we have this H1 tag, and we can see what it looks like here, pretty boring. So let's apply a style to that H1 so that it's a little sexier. So the way that you apply a rule.
Your name as well.
What's that?
Change the name to your name as well.
Yeah. Change the name to your name. That would be good. So we're going to write a rule for H1 tags. So it's pretty darn simple. We just do H1, and then we set the rules inside of curly braces like this. So we need curlies like that, and then in here is where we're going to set the rules. So I like really big text, so let's try and change the size of the text first. So the rule that corresponds with the size of the text is called font size. It's pretty straightforward. It's not like no mysteries here. There are some mysterious ones, but we're going to stick to the simple ones. So let's do a font size. And let's make it pretty big. Let's make it 48 pixels. And we end that line with a semicolon. So that's what a rule looks like, generally. You have the rule declaration, followed by a colon, then the value, followed by a semicolon. I would highly recommend that when you're writing your CSS, you put each rule on its own line. So if I had another rule, I would break it and put another line here, and then put the next rule. But for now, let's just save this and see if it is going to work. So we'll go back to the page, and then I'll reload. And there we go. It's quite a bit bigger. Not dramatically bigger as I had hoped. But yeah, you can see that. So let's change it a bit more. So we're going to go back here and we'll add a second rule, and the second rule will make it red. So we'll do color. It's American spelling for everything, so no U's. And then we'll make it red. And if I go back and I reload, there we go. A little bit nicer than the original, but not really. So those are the basics. That's the basic thing. So any tag where you're like, I want to set the baseline. So the reason why you would apply the rule to a tag is because you want to set the baseline style for that type of object throughout your document and throughout your website. It's a pretty heavy-handed thing, so you don't want to be doing, like, if I made all of my H1s red, I'd probably have to do some funny stuff later on if there was some case where I didn't want that to be red. So the next best thing is to apply an ID to a particular tag and then target that specific thing. So if there's a particular tag in my document that I want to, I know that I want that one specific thing to be different from everything else, then I'll apply an ID and then I'll write my styles against that ID. So let's do that. So I go back to my HTML and I'll find this div right here, and we'll apply an ID. So we'll say ID equals Latin, because it's a bunch of Latin text. You can call it whatever you like. Latin just popped into my head. I have no particular reason for using that. So yeah, you can use any name. But the key part about the IDs, as I mentioned before, is that you should only have one element with that ID in the whole document. If that's not true, then your document's no longer valid. Most web browsers will still render it, but you could have problems with your styling rules, and also if you endeavor to do JavaScript, you will almost invariably have many problems at that point. So with IDs, they got to be unique on the page. So we added ID Latin to this page, so let's just save it. And then I'm going to go to the CSS file and make a rule for that. Now, for the selector for IDs starts with a hash like this, and then we'll do Latin. So we use the name of the exact name that we gave the ID with a hash in front of it. Curly braces again, and then we'll apply some style. In this case, let's make the background color of that whole div blue. So we'll do background. It really helps if you have an editor that suggests stuff to you. I am using Sublime Text, and it has a thing for CSS, so it's suggesting to me as I type what the values could be. That is quite helpful when you're first learning, so I recommend it. So let's do blue. Hit save, and then we'll reload on there. Let's see what that, whoa. Okay. So it's this block right here. When I reload it, it should have a blue background. There it is. It's not very legible anymore though, so we probably want to fix that so that our users can actually read it. So what we're going to do is go back and we're going to apply another rule where changing the foreground color to white. And when I refresh, I can read it again. So that's good. So these are really basic rules about just styling text, basically the ones that I've shown you so far. I'm going to do the class-based one, and then I'll come back and show you a bit more of the layout styles. So the styles basically fall into two categories. Some of it is layout-oriented, so where things are positioned on the page, where they're positioned relative to each other, how wide, how tall each thing is. And then you have the kind of more of the presentation stuff where it's I'm changing the color, the foreground color, the background color, the font size, the actual font face that you use, that type of stuff. So that's generally along those lines is where the rules fall. There's no naming convention to like get you down that way, like figure out which is which. It's just more they're logically named, so when you read them, more often than not, you'll understand what they mean, but not always. Cool. So let me just do the class selector last, and then we'll move on to more like structure stuff, and I'll have to explain how that all works. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to apply a class to a bunch of elements, and then apply a style, and then we'll see how that reflects on the page. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the I'm going to take this aside, and I'm going to apply a class called widget. And I'm going to take the same div with the ID on it, and I'm also going to apply a class here, also called widget. So this is just to point out that the class attribute, the whole purpose of this is to group elements together into a class of objects. So you can apply the same class name to more than one element, and then those styles will be applied across will be shared across all the elements with that class name. So here we've got two classes called widget, and what we're going to do, we're going to save that, and then we're going to apply a style. So the CSS selector for selecting elements by their class name starts with a dot. So we do dot widget, and then we'll give it some styles. So what is the style that we're going to apply here? Let's do border. Let's apply a border to it with 2 pixels wide. It'll be a dotted or dashed border. Let's make it dashed. Let's make it solid. Solid border, and it'll be I'm not going to do that, but it'll be purple. I hope purple is one of the main colors. So let's find out. So I'm going to go back here. So the sidebar thing was, let's go back to our HTML for a second just to double check. So I applied it to this section with the email address on it, and I also applied it to the Latin section here. So yeah, so if we look back at the page, so it's this thing with the email address and the date, and to the Latin section that already has the blue background, and hopefully when we refresh, we will see a border around both of those. So there it is. So that is how you do a class selector. Now, so some of you may be wondering, I don't know if you are wondering, but I'm going to assume somebody's wondering, what happens when I want to like apply, so if I have like, because you know how the HTML document is a hierarchy, right? Some elements are nested within other elements. The reason why they're called cascading style sheets is because the rules of the parents cascade down to the children. Now, if a parent has a rule and I want the child to have a different rule, I have to select it more specifically than just using the name. So for in this case, if, let's just take a look at our markup and see where we can mess around. So let's say this article tag is around everything. So let's say I applied a background color of black. So if I just made it, I just gave it a class name, and I called it dark. And then I want it to be short, so let's do that. So I'm going to save that, and then I'm going to do my rule. So it's called dark like this. And we're going to say the color is white. So that's the foreground color. We're going to make it white. And the background color is going to be black. So background color I go back here now, I'm going to refresh this, and everything is black except for the area that I applied the blue to. And why did that stick whereas the other ones changed? The reason is that there is a cascade going on. So if we look this rule here is the one that's governing the section that's got the blue background, right? So we use the ID there, and now it has a blue background. If I change that so that it was just a regular, if it was a class rather than an ID, then, so say I took this Latin thing and I was like, okay, it's too specific, so let me move it over into the class world. I'm just doing this to prove my point here. I don't even know if I'm going to succeed. So I'm going to make this a class rule now. So that's saved. So let's go back here, refresh, and yeah. So that didn't really prove what I was trying to prove. Anyways, I realized that halfway through. Okay, so the gist being that sometimes you'll find that rules applied to parents cascade down to children, and you're like, why isn't it changing color? That's because the specificity is way off. So what you need to do in those cases is target it more specifically. And all I'm trying to get at by that is saying that sometimes you'll have nested things and you need to be more specific about which selector you have. So let's say on the outer one we have dark, and on the inner one we wanted the Latin thing to be different only when it's inside the dark one. Otherwise, actually let's do that with a widget. So let's move this widget class down here to this div. Okay, so let's take a look at what that looks like now. So now you can see that the Twitter area has the purple outline, right? And now I want to be pretty specific, and I want to say that the area with the black section, if it has like an element with the class widget inside of it, I don't want the border to be purple. I want it to be green. So to do that, I would have to go into my rule set and say for, so I have the dark rule here, but I want all widgets inside the dark area to have a border of green. So what I'm going to do is say dark space widget. So this says for all the items underneath the dark, like with the parent of dark, that yeah, for anyone that has the class widget on it, we're going to apply this style for that case. So here I'm going to apply a border of green here. Border. Oops. So even just that should do it, I think. Oops, no, you're right. No. So I got to do 2 pixels, green, solid green. Cool. So now you can see that this one has a widget class on it, but it's inside of the one that has the dark class, and because I set up the rule where the parent, if the parent is dark, then the widget has a green border, that's why this one turned green, and this one stayed purple. Is anybody curious, or does that make sense to you guys, or any questions about that? Cool, so that actually, just that little bit there adds a lot of power to what you can do in terms of being specific and styling things up differently. Right, so what was the last bit that I was going to talk about? Right, so we were going to go into kind of more structural rules. So I've shown you a few of the basic rules around just changing the styles for things, colors, text size, whatever. You can find all of these rules if you look on Mozilla MDN. Their website has pretty much every rule. There's a bunch of websites that will list out every single rule, and you'll be able to read about what each rule does and how it's applied. I'll let you guys do that on your own. What I am going to do is kind of show you quickly to wrap up, and then we'll let Andre take over. Is to show you just like a couple of the basics about the layout rules that actually change the structure of the page rather than just colors and borders and stuff like that. So the thing you need to know about that is that every web browser is going to lay out the page in a particular way. So it's always going to start at the top left, and pretty much every element in HTML is a rectangle. So you can do funky stuff to get them to not be a rectangle, but by default it's going to be a rectangle. So when we were learning about the HTML tags earlier, you guys heard that there was like, the div tag, and then someone was asking about the span and how that differs from the div tag. So I'm going to use those as an example. The div tag is what's called a block level element. And what happens with block level elements is you can see here, these are div tags, or these are block level elements. And when I just put them on the page with no particular rules, they always take up 100% of their containing parent. So whatever the parent tag is, this thing's going to span all the way across, 100% across that, until you tell it otherwise. Inline tags, which is like a span. A span is like inline information. So you'll have like a paragraph tag, which is a block tag, or a div. And within that, you'll often have a span tag, which is inline. So you can think of that kind of as like text in a paragraph that you want to decorate with a particular tag. So you put a span around it, and it will still flow with all the rest of the text. It doesn't have a set width or height. It always takes the width and height of its contents. So that's like the major difference between a block level tag and an inline level tag. The reason I'm going over that is because it fundamentally changes what rules that you can apply to each one. The cool thing is you can actually use CSS to change what type of style it's going to use, if it's going to be inline or block. And there's a couple others that you can use, like tables. And you can make a tabular table of data. So if you're making a kind of like sports scores or something, you would show them in a table, and table is an HTML element, and it's got its own kind of layout rules to it. So in this case, we're just going to fiddle around with the basics here. So I'm going to actually use the dev tools to show you how that works, rather than going back and forth between the file and this page. So if I just switch over to my DevTools thingy. So here's the other way to bring up that DevTools box. This may not work for everybody, but I believe like on some Windows machines and in Safari, you have to actually enable the developer tools to be able to see it. But it's totally worth looking it up. And in Chrome, I believe it's just available. So if you right-click on any element on the page. So I'm going to see if I can do it with mine. So I'm going to just right-click somewhere, like that, and I get a context menu. And at the bottom of it, it says Inspect Element. Inspect Element. And when I click on that, it's actually going to pop up the DevTools focused right on the element that I was highlighting on, and that. As you can see, if I just move this over a little bit, if I hover over it, it shows me which element that is. So now I can start manipulating it, which is pretty great. So I'm going to see if I can just make this a bit more. Whatever. So here we can see the HTML here, and you can see as I hover over the different tags in the document, it highlights the corresponding tag, how it looks in the page. And on the right side here is showing me the rules that are being applied to this tag. So let's find this Latin widget one, and we can see here, you can see that all the rules that we applied, so there's the dark widget, there's widget, and there's Latin at the bottom, right? The order of these rules is actually the order in which they're applied. So the ones at the top supersede the ones that are below. So you can see that the widget one has got a line through it because it was overridden by the dark.widget one, which is actually more specific, so it took over. So this is a great tool to be able to like really see what it is that you've done in the other in your file. And by using this, we can actually modify the document and play around with it and see what's going on. So really, basically, I could turn off a rule that already exists. So if I turn off this green rule, this green border will actually turn purple because it will enable the one that was overridden. So if I turn that off, you'll see that it immediately turns purple. I turn it back on, and I get green again. So that's not bad. If I go on the dark one and I turn off like the white, then all the text will go black, I believe. And then if I turn off the black background color, it all comes back. So you can really manipulate it live and see what's happening. But even more, there's more. It's better than that because what you can do is you can actually add styles on the fly. So say I wanted this dark section, which is my article header. We're going to apply some layout rules to see what the layout rules do. So by hitting this plus sign at the top left here, you'll see that it automatically generates a selector for that dark block. And I can modify that if I want, or I can just go ahead and start adding styles. So this is exactly like doing it in the file, except you're doing it directly in the browser. The caveat here is that these won't be saved. So if you do a lot of work in here, you need to make sure that you copy and paste it back in your file if you like what you see. That's gotten me and many other people many, many times by accidentally refreshing the page after doing a lot of work in here. So you don't want to do that. So here's what we're going to do. We have a block level element, and all I'm going to do is say that the width is going to be 50% of its parent. So when I say 50%, it's like relative to whatever it's inside of. So if the parent had already a 50% rule, then if say the parent was 100 pixels wide, this would automatically be 50 pixels. So it totally matters, the context matters about where they are in the document. So with 50%, I hit that, and then if you look at this, suddenly all the stuff in that page is 50% of the parent, which is actually the body of the document. So since I made it 50%, if I resize this, it will always be 50%. This is kind of one of the founding principles of this new thing that you guys may have heard of called responsive web design, which allows you to make one web page like this that looks one way on this big screen and then also works completely awesomely on a tablet or a phone. You would use like percentages to like define your layout, and then everything would kind of fall into place. So that's just like a small sidebar. So cool, so that's one of the layout things. So you can set widths and heights. Going beyond this, I feel might be a little overkill. So I'm gonna so I feel like, yeah, I might just leave it at that point because, no, wait, I do have one last thing since I do have the page open. So let's go back here, and then I'm just going to kind of give you a high-level overview of how this works, because I was saying that everything in HTML, let's see if I can jack this up too. Come on, there we go. So let's see if I can move it up. Okay, so this diagram is pretty fundamental information about how web browsers lay stuff out. So this is, I'm going to leave things here, but this is where we're going to be. So as I said earlier, every element in HTML renders by default as a rectangle. And the rectangle is broken up into a bunch of different parts. So there's the initial width and height, which is this middle box right here. And then the one outside of it, you can apply padding. So padding basically adds some space between the contents that are inside the box and the edge of the box. That's what padding is for. So padding is actually inside of the box, if you want to think about it that way. You can add some space. You can see why this would be useful even in a simple context like this one. because it looks kind of crappy when the text runs right to the edge of the box like that. But if we want, we can apply some padding. So let's do that. So we're on this this div right here, and this there's a paragraph tag right underneath it. So let's apply it to the widget rules. Let's apply a padding of 16 pixels just to see what happens. So we're going to say padding 16 pixels. Boom. So you can see now that the text doesn't run right up against the edge of the box. We've got a bunch of padding inside of there to make it, to give it a little breathing room. So that's pretty useful. Cool. So we've got the contents of the box, 400 by 100. We've got the padding, which is 16 pixels. And then outside of the padding, we have the border. This is true always for every element in HTML. Okay? So we've got the border outside, which we saw. Now you can make the border as wide or as narrow as you want. It can be 1 pixel all the way up to the size of your screen. I don't know what, there's no max to it, I don't think. And outside of the border is the margin. So margin actually defines how far away this block is going to be from any of its neighbors. So this image here is pretty much required understanding before you can go about like moving things around on the page, laying things out differently from like whatever the default is that HTML provides. Cool. And that is that's it for me. Any questions?
Any questions at all?
Questions?
No?
No?
Yes.
How do you define the size of the initial box?
How do you define the size of the initial box? So for a block level element, the box will always have a width that is equal to the width of its parent, and the height will be the height of the contents, however high it is. So in HTML with CSS, it's actually easy to do things width-wise, but very difficult to do things height-wise, because the way that the browsers draw the document, it's from the top left, and it knows, like, it can easily figure out widths, but it doesn't know how long your content is until it draws it to the screen. You can think about that if you imagine your web page being loaded on your phone versus on your monitor, right? It's a very big difference. For span level elements, there's actually no control over the width and the height. It's always the size of whatever's inside of it. Unless you change it to display block, yeah, which is possible.
Any other questions? No? Awesome.
Cool.
On that side note as well, for those display things, right now if you set a block to 100 pixels wide with 5 pixels, that block will be 110 pixels wide. If you change it, however, there is a way to box sizing border box. Padding doesn't include, or doesn't get included for the width, which can come in handy.
Yes, very, very handy.
It saves you. If you ever find it being confusing, just do that. Search up box sizing if you ever get confused with the padding and the margin. Cool. So we're just going to do, I'm going to see how long you think, maybe 20 minutes, 25 minutes? We're going to be rushing him through. We're going to be rushing Andre. I got to pronounce this right for the life of me. Andre, cool. He's come up. He's actually one of the members who's offered to help do the CSS a little bit more deeper and actually performing some nice design functionality. Design over fundamentals, right? So he's going to show you some examples of really awesome stuff that he's done and what's possible. And then afterwards, I'll be around here for a little bit. So if you have any questions and if you want to ask about, I have this design that I like on this website, how can I do that, right? That'll be the way to do it. But before we do yours, I'm going to do bNotion's giveaway of the ticket for Android TO. So does everybody have their tickets ready? Yeah? Awesome. I'm not going to use them. I'm going to have the first person to answer a question from the past thing, from the past presentation, and the first person to raise their hand and answer correctly wins the ticket. So do we have a question lined up for you? Can you think of something to ask the audience that you taught? Wait, this is supposed to be for you guys, I guess.
Yeah. So what character does a class selector begin with?
First hand was right here. A period, which is correct. Awesome. So you win the ticket to Android TO. Awesome. Cool. On that note, congratulations. See me afterwards. We're going to get you the ticket all lined up. Good. Thank you. And for anybody who has to leave now for ticket purposes, transit purposes, great to see you out. Thank you so much. I love any feedback you have on the event, and I hope to see you out next time. However, I'd also love to have you stay and listen to the diving deep and making your design looks great.
Thank you, man. Hey guys, my name is Andre. I'm a front-end developer at a company called Pixel Pusher. I've been doing this for a couple of years, really enjoying it. And I want to take a slightly different approach in talking about CSS. I don't want to delve too much into the minute details. There's not enough time, and this kind of stuff just really builds with practice. So I want to take a bird's eye view and talk a little bit about, the current state of CSS, future state, some things, maybe a little known about it. So why I really like CSS and working with it is because it really allows me to be creative in my work. So as a developer, I'm not just writing code, I'm actually creating stuff that looks cool, that does, funky animations, and really people that can see it and say, wow, and I can still call myself a developer rather than a designer. So this is something I really like. And I'm going to show some examples of CSS stuff that you can do without even knowing how to use Photoshop. So a few years ago, the coolest things that you can do with CSS was shadows, and text shadows and box shadows, which were not widely supported. And for anything fancy, you basically have to use images. That changed now, where basically all these are standard features. So I'm just going to show you guys my own website. Which is a little bit outdated. I haven't looked at it or updated in over a year, but it still has some illustrative stuff. So, for example, this menu here at the bottom, this is all CSS. So it's using what was at the time cutting edge, but is now widely supported, such as transitions and pseudo elements and other stuff. And you can check it out at fxuniverse.ca. But the cycle is new features come out, and in the beginning usually one or two browsers support it, and then all of them get on board, and then you can just be confident that whatever you're going to build using this particular feature is going to be available to all or most of your users. Now, if you're going to be working in a professional environment like myself, this is a major concern, because you need to worry about corporate clients and people that can't easily upgrade their browsers at work, that are stuck with Internet Explorer 7 or 8. So you need to keep those in mind. But for personal websites and some side projects, or just for experimenting, you can really just not worry and use the latest techniques and experiment. So Mina mentioned something which is called responsive design, which if you're going to be doing any sort of HTML or CSS, you need to know about. So I'm just going to do a quick example. The website that I built, it's called facingcancer.ca. So stuff that previously was really next to impossible to do is You build your HTML once now, and all you do is define some styles, give some conditional rules that different devices use, and then if you just look at the footer at the bottom of the page, once you hit particular widths of the screen, things start to change. And you get a different experience. They may not look actually that much different, but most of these elements are now in a different order, and it uses a different image without changing the HTML at all. So if you look at the footer again, if I expand it, you see the links, the share links are at the very end. We have this picture here. Right, so all of this is just telling the browser, display this element in a different position if a certain condition is met. For instance, there's a thing called the media queries where your condition is the size of the screen. These are all things that are available now to use, and I urge you to explore and research and experiment with them. Even though I said they're advanced, but they're really, once you do it 2 or 3 times, you really get the hang of it. You don't need to have 5 years experience. Now, the more advanced stuff that's coming online is stuff that really will blow your mind. For example, you will be able to use things like layers, adjustment layers. If anybody's familiar with Photoshop, you will be able to use a layer on an image and make it, turn it black and white from color image using CSS, which would basically look like this. So whatever class selector we're going to have, so something like this, a year from now, every browser will recognize, and you'll be able to do really cool stuff. So if somebody scrolls or hovers over an image, it turns from color to black and white, and vice versa. Really simple, but really cool. And this kind of stuff, if you're just starting out now, you need to be aware of, because it's going to become common and very useful to you. So other things, I want to expand a little bit on the responsive side. So I know this is a more advanced topic, but again, if you're going to be touching CSS, it's going to be less and less regular websites that are optimized for desktop only, and more, web apps or mobile websites, stuff like that. At this point in time, half of all people access the internet via some sort of tablet or mobile, or close to that. So you really need to be aware. And the rules are slightly different. So things that were useful before, you're actually in a good position because you don't have to unlearn how to do them. For example, it was really common practice to use pixel widths on everything. So if you wanted to position your elements, if you wanted to define where something is on the page, you would give it an exact position on the page or exact margins, whereas now it's better to use percentages so that everything will scale. Because if you have fixed widths and you really don't know what device your web page is going to be viewed on, chances are it's going to be broken on at least a good portion of these devices. So you need to be aware. So to structure things in a way that they flow as the screen size changes. And in the same sort of group of approaches for mobile, you can also hide and show things depending on what the user is going to be viewing your content on. So again, you don't need to really stress out about it, but I just want everybody to be aware that it's out there. And also, I don't want you to get discouraged that it's just about text size and background and making these boxes, because honestly, when I started and I saw the boxes and just playing with this simple stuff, I was a little bit disappointed, and I really wanted to know how the really cool sites are built. And I really went out and researched and looked at examples of other people and experimented, and what Mina showed you guys, the web inspector, which you have in Chrome, Firefox, Safari, basically everywhere. Even the new Internet Explorer 11 comes with a pretty good web inspector, surprisingly. So you can just use that and try out new stuff. If you want to do something, chances are somebody has already done it. Also, there's multiple ways to do it, which is really cool, because you can really let your creative side go and just see what works, try other things, try a combination of things that other people built and come up with your own. So with that said, I guess we could drop down a little bit to the actual examples on a more simple level. So what I want to ask is if people have questions of some specific things they would like to see or they would like to try out.
Are there any designs that you guys see online? Any websites that you've seen recently or that you found tonight that have a design or a functionality that you'd like to know how they did it? Okay. Repeat my thing.
Is there anything you've seen on the web that you would like to know how it was done? What CSS was used, and how?
No? Yes. Yes. No.
This one an award. It's called the site is called
fall.tmvacation.com. Fall.tmvacation.com. TM. Let me find out, and I will tell you. See that? Trent Walton, TRENTWALTON.com. Which part of that?
Sorry.
No worries.
Jason James.
JasonJam.ex.
The way you can scroll his site is
So, first and foremost, let's do the first thing of right-clicking, inspecting element, or opening up the inspecting panel. And let's take a look at what he's done. That one?
side of this part? There's a button on the right side there.
Yep. So the button on the right side, there's a navigation on the right-hand side. Hey, go ahead. Explain what it does.
So I'm going to assume there was some JavaScript involved in this navigation, which is out of the scope of this discussion. But there are ways to have navigation appear and disappear with CSS alone, and you can even have transitions. So this is possible that it was done only in CSS. Let's see any transitions here. Oh, actually.
So first and foremost, you'll notice that it's a sticky navigation in some cases, right? If I hide this down here, you're going to see that there is a navigation that takes you back to the top of the menu, right? So that type of navigation, where when you click it, it drags you back up. The scroll itself is a little bit of JavaScript, right? What it's doing is it's saying, hey, there's an anchor tag at the very top of the page, or in JavaScript, I want you to scroll to it, right? So there's, if you look online, again, it's a little out of scope for this one because it's JavaScript, and we will be doing a JavaScript presentation and talk, but that allows you to scroll to nice and smooth. There is, in the sample code that you have in here, a go to the top of the page. So link to anchor links you to the top of the page, because I have something at the top to do that. So you can actually look into the code for that. It's a hashtag, and then the ID of something will scroll to that instantly. So that's that side of it. But the other side of it, I noticed, is when you do click it, you have this nice little slide out, right? That slide out can be done in several different ways. In CSS, when you add a different class, because you can do add a class in JavaScript, it takes on those new properties. Those new properties can include an attribute that says the transition, when anything happens to it, so a transition from this to this, do it this slowly, right? So instead of doing it like instantly and taking on those properties, it now takes on those properties, say, over half a second, right? And it does it smooth, or it does it like ease in, ease out, so nice and ooh, right? So that can be done in that way. As for the positioning and how it's statically aligned, well, that's just a literal translation of the attribute is called position fixed. Instead of being position relative, which if you look into probably the, let's see, right click on this, inspect element, right? Again, you'll notice, what type of thing is that? What type of thing where you go over top of here, semantically as well? Anybody know? It's a nav bar, or a navigation element, so they've semantically properly tagged that. And I'm going to say down, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Did he just hide on me? I think he hit on me. Okay, we can cheat and right-click and inspect element again. Right-click, 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 and inspect element again. So in the navigation, he has, again, a list of navigation elements. If I hover over top of that nav, you'll notice the position is fixed. That allows me to put the position over there. It doesn't matter how much I scroll, it's fixed to the window of the actual document. Cool? Awesome. There's also other positions you can do. By default, most of the positions are relative, but you can use fixed. Anybody else know any other positions you can have? Absolute positioning? Absolutely. Right? Anybody else?
Static.
Yes. Now, static and absolute aren't really appropriate for all browsers, so you gotta make sure that you're using one that's cross-browser compatible. But aside from that, if you want to keep something static, I'd highly recommend taking a look at the fixed positioning for that. And that statically attaches it. You'll also notice he's used 100% height. Because it's fixed and 100% height, that means that no matter what my browser's height is, it says stick to 100% height of the browser. Cool? So that's how he's done the side. Right? Again, adding and removing a class. and then that class has an animation, or again, JavaScript saying, oh, instead of saying add a class, it's saying change the width to this, change the width to this gradually in JavaScript, which is supported by older browsers. Cool? Awesome. I'll hand it back over to you.
So I just want to bring up another cool site that I remembered that has a really nice menu done with CSS. So previously they had the menu stick up, or I guess it happens when there's more items on the page. But the same principle. So they use the scrolling of the page, and at a certain position they applied a CSS rule to this menu here, position fixed, and it would remain there. So basically, it's a trick that many websites use when they don't want you to lose sight of the main navigation or some utility navigation. So they keep it sticky. So I wanted to mention one more thing. Maybe you guys have heard of it. It does fit well with the CSS theme, which is web fonts. Really important topic to know about if you're using CSS, or if you're going to be using or thinking about using CSS. So more and more websites differentiate themselves using some really cool, slick fonts. So the previous website that we visited, part of that elegant look was the font. Which is actually selectable, so it's visible to Google. It's not an image. And this is another area that you should research and really get familiar with. And let's see where it's declared. So this is the font declaration which is used, and I don't believe this is a standard font.
It is not.
Sorry?
It is not.
It is not. So let's see where this font actually comes about into the page. When you're developing, there's several ways to include a font on your page. So let's take a quick look at Google Fonts. So when you're on a Google Font site, it's really easy. You add a font to a collection. And Google provides this link for you, which looks like the other links that you've seen previously that Matt showed you and Mina. So it basically gives you a CSS link, sort of, but it's an external CSS link. So you don't actually have a file on your system. And you would insert it the same way. And after you have this, once you've declared this font that you get from Google, you can then go ahead and include it. So what you would do is you can just put it on the body so that it applies to everything, because body is parent of all the other elements. Clearly, I'm not a Mac person. And then you would just say the name of the font, whatever it was. I don't recall, but and that's all you need to do. And you can start using that immediately, even on that very simple page, if you want to practice at home.
Yes.
What about sub-families like italics or something like that, or bold, for that, something you're taking off the web font?
What about something like italics or bold? Well, it's complicated. So some fonts actually have several weights that you can include as part of your link. So that each individual weight of font will be loaded individually, separately, which is kind of adds to your overall loading time of your site, because if you're only using, in one heading and you just need it bold, to download 40 kilobytes of font just for this may not make sense always. So you may want to consider other solutions. Generally, most fonts, from my experience, if you just wrap them in a strong tag, or if you declare them as font weight bold, they will look okay, even though it's a font that you didn't necessarily download a bold version of it. So I would say it's individual font, you need to experiment. But if you really want to use a certain family, and you're going to need, you need a light, a medium, and a 700 point or whatever, then just download all of them. And Google gives you, not only does it give you all the weights, but it actually tells you what the impact will be on your site. So it tells you. So you can pick a few of them. Okay, so here's the page load indicator. And as you can see, as I start adding more and more options, this is a real impact, because you may not realize, but fonts, there's a lot of characters in there that it needs to download. So I personally never go about 3 different weights for a font if I'm using a web font. But using a web font is something that immediately you can start creating cool looking stuff, even with very minimal amount of markup. So is there any questions so far? Alright guys, that's all I have for you tonight. I encourage you to follow up on all these topics on your own, because there's hours and hours of people talking and explaining and giving examples, and that's really the only way to learn, is to watch tutorials, read blog posts, experiment until you get really good at it. And you're really going to enjoy it, I think. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. So every time I see this page with the scrolling, I'm like, oh, come on, page load. Then I realize, wait a second, no, it's the progress bar. So a couple last things before we clean up and before we tidy up and everybody leave. First and foremost, again, thanks to everybody who came out. This is our first workshop. Admittedly, it was my bad. I underestimated the time that I would take. Bit long on that one here, and I think doing 20-minute segments and 20-minute off-on for coding was likely not something that apparently happened. So I will make sure that over the course of the next couple of weeks, I'll be releasing video content of something more of the, hey, do this with this way, do this with this way, do this with this way, to make it up for both you and the group and everybody else watching. And this way I'll be able to help walk you through and how to build your About page and get that up and running as soon as I can, or as soon as you can, right? Hopefully what ends up happening is if these videos are really good and really get popular with the group, we'll start doing more, such as jQuery, Bootstrap, JavaScript, and getting more into how to create your sites by you guys submitting, hey, here's a really good thing that I want to try to replicate, like the fixed position on the top of the sidebar. We can do little individual snippets in code. If you guys have something that you want to teach, you're more than welcome to come in as well. So that's what we're going to do over the course of the next couple of months, as well as partnering with different groups. But aside from that, we actually have one more giveaway to give away for people. Giveaway for people that's of a documentary that's going to be opening up, what, in 2 weeks? October 8th. So I'm going to actually have Murray come up here. Murray is one of the producers of Day Job Doc, a documentary of startup communities or startups in the GTA area and, well, all over the place, really. Starting with startup... Hey, thank you. Oh my God, how can I not think they're going to hate me for this one here, because I'm sure they're going to watch this. Extreme Startups is one of the highlights, and a bunch of the startups there. But Murray, what is the video about?
Can I take the mic? Yes. Thank you, Matthew. The video is about, we actually traveled and looked at 5 startups who were working through the Extreme Startups Accelerator in Toronto. We have 3 in the film. So the documentary film runs about an hour, and it follows 3 startups through the rather grueling process of what it is like to be a startup. So these guys all get $50,000, 3 months to solidify their startup before they go to New York City to pitch for the real money. So this is the good, bad, and ugly of the startup world. And we're premiering at TIFF, the Lightbox, on October the 8th. And I have a pair of tickets to give away. And we also have a discount for all HTML5 members. So the website is www.dayjobdoc.com. So if you have some questions or you want to read the giveaway.
I think I do. I'm going to ask if I have a box sizing, or sorry, if I have a width of a div that is 100 pixels wide with a padding of 50, how wide is that box? Your hand went up first. 200 pixels is right. Amazing. Is it 1? Or is it 2?
Well, it's a pair.
It's a pair. Wait, what?
So it's a pair.
So it's a pair? Do we have 2 pairs?
You don't want to go to a movie on yourself.
We have 2 pairs or an apple?
We have 2 pairs. All right, 2 pairs.
We have 2 pairs to give away. So come on up, you get 1 pair. There's a second pair to give out. Yes, email address and contact information. Second one we're going to give away. Can you think of a question to ask? You were here for a bit of the time.
Ooh, man, you're playing me.
I am.
Like a tech guy.
You aren't a tech guy, are you?
Finance, you know. I should be more techie.
Yeah, well, we should be everything. Yeah. So the next question I'm going to ask is, what is the semantic tag that is not supported by every browser, however, is amazing? Yes. Navigation is supported by most browsers now, and it's not a browser-specific functionality for it. Yes. What does summary go? Summary is. There you go. There you go. Come on up, get this thing, and then we'll get the contact details for you there. So the details tag and the summary tag, the functionality and the purpose of it aren't really supported by most of the browsers, but the content still shows. Navigation is more of a semantic content more than functionality, so I'll make sure you get something. You'll be good. Awesome. So again, thank you so much for everybody to come out. We unfortunately lost our webnot war. No, he's there. He is. Come on. Anybody here that wants to learn how to upload the content back to the server that you guys all have set up, Stay. We're going to have the walkthrough on that one there if you want to learn how to do that with all your content. Otherwise, I will see you guys next time. Not to say you guys can leave, because I don't want you to leave, because we're going to be around here for a bit, walking you through some of the processes. But come on up, come on, come on, come on.
And FITC winners, come see me.
And FITC winners, please come see Caroline. So thank you so much for all your time tonight. And I'm going to be off the mic. After this, we're actually going to be stopping, and I'm going to turn this off because the live stream has already gone on board. So thank you so much for coming in. And swap this out. You're on? Yeah, good.
No, of course not. No. Okay, maybe that too. Bottom.
So did anyone actually want to learn how to upload their HTML file to their site? Is there anyone that? Yeah, you want to see it? Okay. Ryan, would you be able to put up the...
Tell you what, unplug, yeah.
If it's not, I could show on your computer. Is it only just the one person, or how many? I could just be in that area to show you guys. That's cool.
Just bring the podium over here.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's okay. Yeah, I could just show you. It's pretty easy.
Yes, I'm going to email you all the
See, actually built a cool website. Not really? Yes.
November, maybe, if this is like in the States, but I think and then December,
4 weeks.
The event that they came out to mind, the talk, they had 17,000 viewers of that one. The marketing guys found out about it. They're like, can we host them again? We want those numbers. It's bigger numbers than half their shows.
I had my confirmed speaker for next month.
Yep.
Who hasn't confirmed it yet.
That's the.
And then
that's
for
the.
the 3D.
Yeah.
And then my you're for sure it's going to be in San Francisco.
Oh no.
So I'm
still streaming? Ooh.